Okay, welcome back. It's been a while, and I need to get into the feel of things again. I mean, I've been playing Satisfactory, just not on this world. Okay, so our plan today is to rebuild our existing rail loop, what we have done here. Alright, map, move. There we go. This is for several reasons. I have better blueprints. I have learned things. And before I go and just complete it, I want to go and rebuild it. So that's what we're going to do today, is tear down and rebuild. Of course, that's unusual in Satisfactory, right? Most of the time you don't rebuild anything. At least that's what I've been told. Well, we're going to break that. Actually, we'll probably break a lot of things. Okay, so we need to head east. We need to head out to this one. And I need to rebuild these stands too, I think. Problem is, I like them. I mean, I like the current rail system too, but this way. Problem is that the current rail system will have inevitable issues in some circumstances, and the current rail system does this wavy thing, which is moderately annoying. So we're going to start. And the downside of the new rail system is that I do not have lights, but oh well. So we're going to start here, and the only reason for this here is so the rails have power. That's the only reason for that. Remove blueprint. Remove next blueprint, because we're basically just going to start completely over. Blueprint, remove the next blueprint, and we got to remember that one is, because that one is potentially important, because that's one that gets us up, going up that hill. Now the other thing is I need to, well, what I was considering doing is just turning on fly, but I really want to avoid doing that. But it is makes building rails so much easier. So we're just going to take and run a bunch of power lines out here, and hopefully stay out of the way of where we put the rails. So, first look at the new railroad tracks. So two changes. One, we have the side supports, and two, we have the narrow rails instead of wide. And that was the primary reason for the change, because the wide rails had issues in alright, not again. Why is it that sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't? This has got to be one of the mods in the other world, because in the other world I can take and rotate this in much smaller increments than I can here. I do not like. Okay, first rail is going here. Oh, the other big thing with with these stands, as you can see, I already have the signals integrated. That makes things so much easier, because I was having trouble previously with, well, let's build this. And then let's have this hooked up here. Previously, I was having issues putting signals here on the edges. Sometimes they would work and sometimes they wouldn't. It would let you put them here, but it would frequently, when you had intersections, so more than one rail connecting here, aka anytime I was doing a branch, it would frequently say signal loops back, even though there was no place for it to loop back. And the only explanation for that was something to do with how the rails were connected here. Even though it was, I mean, I'd had it where both sides are the same, both sides branching off to somewhere else, and the signal on one side would work just fine, the other one would say it was looped back, even though everything was the same on both rails. No explanation that I could come up with, and I would always end up having to just take and put the signal out here somewhere, which was quite annoying. This way, I have yet to have any problem. The support is 3 blocks long. That gives me a block and a half on either side, which is the minimum rail length, with the signals in the middle, and it's just always worked. So I built this blueprint in another world. This was like version 4 in that world, and came to like them. The supports are a bit on the wide side for some areas, but the rails fit nicely everywhere I went and put it. So anyways, those are the reasons why I'm going with the new system. Also with these, I have ramp sections, so we don't have this hill, flat, hill, flat, hill, flat crap. So we have the 2 meter ramp and the 1 meter ramp. And the flat. So for our next one, we just do the usual. I need to do auto connect. And I don't know why it wants to flip me around like that. So be it. Where do we want to put this? We want to put it actually, it'd be kind of nice to take and integrate it with that stand. Would be kind of nice. Hadn't considered that. There's some way I can make this snap to that? No. How could I make this snap to that? Or snap to something that is snap to that? See this? I'm not even sure what that's snapping to something, but I don't know what. And the other problem is if why did I lose? If I go and integrate it with that, and then at some point I'm going to want to move that support. So I think I will probably not. We'll skip that. Relink. Nope. Because I want it to point that way even though there's no difference. And then the question is, do I want it down here on the bottom or on the top? And yes, people are yelling at me, you think too much. Yes, I'm very well aware of that. I am going to go with up on top because we want to gain some elevation to get started up that hill. And do I want to save the curve for out there. This sits fine for the angle. That'll have to at some point go down the line here. And that's another reason for going, minor issue going high here. Well, that doesn't work well now, does it? I mean, the tracks fit, but train won't fit too well there. Not sure train will fit that way either. Well, we'll find out, I guess. I mean, that's a close fit, but it fits, right? That is a tight fit, but it does not clip. So I'm going to call that acceptable. You're supposed to auto-connect. Why you're not auto-connecting? And here, and I'll bet I'll lose my auto-connect, but here we need to do an up. So I need to probably need to do a 2 because I'm gonna need a 2 here. And I lost my auto connect. So the ideal here that's not going to work, and I can't rotate it now that I'm in lock mode. Need to figure out what mod that is on the other server, because that's really handy. Because I'm going to have to... Here's the thing, I'm trying to get it so it's straight out from this, or at least straight level with this. The thing is, the curve coming down, okay, I was trying to get a straight level with this, but that doesn't work because the curves coming down takes it lower. So we want this higher, up higher anyways. Why does it? So we're going to want this turned 1. We don't want auto-connecting with that. The problem is it's going to auto-connect with that. And there's no way to not auto-connect with that as far as I know. Is that a... How does that look here? Nice and clean. You want that closer to that hill. That looks good. Oh good, it did build without doing the auto connect. Okay, power line, grab the, nope, I want to grab the power line. Do another power line up here somewhere. Actually, let's do a couple. Why is my track so windy here? I guess I must have been trying to go... I don't know what I was trying to do. I think that I'm actually going to undo this one just now. Because I'm just remembering something about remember I mentioned the curve going lower. I just remembered how to deal with that. So we're going to take this one out too. And we're going to go with a regular flat. And we're going to put it in line and level with the original. for the curve where it goes up. And make sure this also continues a reasonable curve. Yes, this sets up a reasonable curve for going up the hill this way. So we're going to go there. And now we want the 2 meter, which can lock onto here. Well, it's... No, you dummy. You're supposed to auto-link, not just build. Track is too steep. Yes, we understand this. There should be a point here somewhere. Let's go with here, where I can take and just sink this into the ground. And we should have a fairly smooth up-down curve. That's quite steep, but we have quite a steep hill. I could put a ramp here, but that undoes my staying with that one, and then I end up having this rail high, and that interferes with the top. Doing the slants like this, it's a give and take thing. Let's see. I also don't like how that one is buried in the side there. Decisions. We're going to keep that one there. We're going to come back and undo this one, including those 2 rails. And you're going to see me doing this repeatedly. This should be a 1, and I should be able to put this in line, but we'll raise this up some. It'll both lower this ramp and it'll offset this. I almost want to say I should make this a 2. Now I can come back here, line it up with this one, lock it, run it out. Run it up a couple. There we go, got a nice ramp going up there. Nice and clean level switch here. I like. Nice straight curve. Beautiful. So yes, it takes extra time to get it nice, but it works. Okay. Now we do another 2. Below the level of the hill, but close enough to the top of the hill that we can still link with one. Actually, if we do this right, we can just keep going up the next hill without stopping. That means this one has to go a little bit low. Sink this one down in the ground, or it'll end up way too high up there. I think what I'll do keep this one 2 here. Then we'll come back with a 1 here. This one is going to come across here, something like that. let's see. Do I think we can get away with a 1 going up here? I think we're going to find out. So here's a 1. We want to bring that down a bit. This one actually should have been up a bit. Oh well. Let's try another one. We want to stop before, well, we have to stop before, but that's good. So we're still going uphill. Going uphill slow enough that the 1 should be plenty. I just got to make the curve here, and to do that, I want to yep, that actually looks good. Except I didn't check what the vertical angle looks like. How's the vertical angle look? Vertical angle says that this needs to come down a bit. And I'm going to agree with that. Well, next time I need some, whatever the mushroom stuff is, I know where to come, if I remember. Oh, what's the mushroom stuff? Magnesium. This here is another downside of this setup for the this stand setup is that with a single stand it's easy to put them places. With 2 stands it's a little harder to make them look good, but I think they look good better overall. The actual original reason that prompted this kind of stand was in the other server we decided we needed stacked rails, double upper and lower rails, and I can't really do that with this. I mean, I could have redesigned it to remove the lights and have the single stand coming up all the way through. But I forget what all the other things are. But like I said, this is like version 4 on the other server. I may do a tour of that server, but probably not. That game is now memorialized. And I'll let you figure out what that means. Fortunately, we did finish that world. We did finish that game. But that game has been archived and memorialized. Now, I was going to, which one of these? I was going to change this one because it needs to go down. Get me distracted here. Doggone it. Okay, so we were somewhere in this area, something like that. We need to, that looks like a nice curve, but it needs to go down. Let's go over here where we can see what it looks like. Trees in my way. Tree is still in my way. Yeah, it still has a bump in it, a little bump. But I don't want to go down anymore, so that looks like it'll work. Let's go up here and remove this one. The new ones don't have the tubes, but the tubes are only there as why not, as much as a why not thing as anything else. I'm going to leave this one here for the moment. I just realized potential issue with these should all be good, but let's check here. Yeah, this shouldn't matter ultimately anyways, but do I have room if I were to want to? Yes, I do. There's plenty of room here to put a tube in here. Not a whole lot of extra room, but there's room. And if worse comes to worse, tubes will fit up through there, so. Or I can put it out here on the side or what have you, so. Okay, next. And because it keeps going up, we want to put yet another one in here. No, not a hypertube. Railroad. What the heck? Link already. Link. Here we go. Okay, so let's stick with light curve. This needs to come down. That looks acceptable. Where's my chainsaw? Do I not even have my chainsaw with me? I don't even have my chainsaw with me. What kind of explorer am I? Oh well. Do not currently need any mycelium or mycelium or something. No. Link. There we go. Track is too long. And we currently have a sharp turn up there that we don't want, so let's make this a little bit gentler. See what this looks like vertically. That looks beautiful, right where it is. Maybe bringing it down one tick. That looks beautiful. That does unfortunately mean that you're going to have to go somewhere. And so are you. And so are you. And we got a lot of curvy up here, aren't we? So we are on the level again now. So here, actually this one here probably should be a flat. Now that I have it here. I don't know if I can snap to that or not, but I'm going to use that as a marker. But we're going to put a flat here. And I think I am going to... flat. Not perfect, but looks good. See what it looks like vertically. Need to come down. Need to come down. And that shows me that I definitely do not want a flat in here. I definitely want a 1 in here. Where does that lead? Do I want to put an intersection in here? See, I don't even know what these factories are anymore. Oh, that's my coal plant. No, I don't need a rail up there. That goes up to the coal plant. So no need to put a rail up there. Will I possibly put something different up there? Doubtful. I don't know why. I mean, that little bit there is, the resources are coal and water. I mean, what else are you going to do there? I take that back. I just yesterday watched somebody put something else there. But, yep, that's coal plant. That's dang coal plant. Don't imagine I'll do anything else there. Okay. Next one. We can take this and take that block out. And then need more power lines. Hello viewers. Kind of surprised me over there. Didn't expect anything to anybody watching today. As far as I figure this work is boring to watch, but maybe you'll learn something, I guess. And hopefully you find it interesting. trying to explain why I'm doing things the way I'm doing. Okay, next one. Do I need another ramp, or am I doing flat this time? 50-50 odds here. I think I'm going to continue with another ramp. Yes, I think I'm going to continue with another ramp. Link, release. Find a spot for this to go that it can make and turn, because we've got here, we've got to turn to go over there and then turn back, kind of, to, I mean, we're weaving our way through everything here. Theoretically, you could probably do a straight line through here, maybe? Maybe we'll try that. Let's see if this will turn in such a way. Oh, it's actually, yeah, there's no way we're going to end up with a straight line through here. It's just not going to happen. But we can do it without making the drastic turns that we had previously. Except that we have a visitor here. Go away. Not going away? Done said go away. Thank you. Next step was to force the issue. Try not to do that, but try this again. This makes a nice turn. We will have to turn back. But it's a much gentler turn than our previous setup. Let's see how this does vertically here. That's quite nice vertically. So we can put that there. Let's see here. Sorry about that. Life wanted my attention for a minute. Go away, bug. Not entirely sure what you are, but other than in the way. Now this is one place where it's going to get very interesting, because somewhere here by the falls, I think it's over there, there's a place where I need to, let's see, where is it? Okay, it's not right here. We can go down here just fine. It's this here. Because there's a there's a reasonable need to want in a branch coming down here. However, there is a coal node right there. And in the other world, I ignored the coal node, figuring who's going to want that coal node out here in the middle of nowhere. And I got told otherwise. We'll be nice about it. So yeah, I need to be able to come down the hill here, go around some embankments here, get across the river, make this turn through here, and still put an intersection here somewhere that comes across here without disturbing the coal node. Yes, this little bit here gets interesting. And I may just go and at some point here do that and then work my way back up the hill here. So who's watching? Anyone feel like making themselves known? I can guess who one is. Probably my most faithful viewer. Unfortunately, they don't chat on YouTube. Alright, so coming across here, do I want to do a flat? Probably. Because going down the other side is definitely going to be a 2. At least one of them. Can I stretch across to the flat here with a single, nope, we want this side for this, we're going to try this. I don't think this is going to work, but we're going to try. Yeah, it's too long, so we need to do a flat. No. Link. There we go. And we need to put this here somewhere on the. We're just gonna take and put you straight line out. We're gonna have to raise you up a bit here, but let's put you straight line out. So we're just going to go straight through this. We're gonna have to raise you up to match that. How far up can we get away with? That's too far. That's nice. That's nice. That's not. I like that. Now we'll put a 2 here. Directing it down the hill as smooth as possible. clean angle here. Let's see what it looks like vertically. We would like that to go down a hair. Looks good from this end. See what it looks like here. Yeah, that looks just fine. This one, and that one, and need to put some more power lines in here. Come on, grab the power line. Here's where I was talking about, oh, I didn't realize the SAM node was there too. Might need to, I don't think I saw the SAM node before. Hey. There's the coal node in question. Need to get across the river here. Figure out how to get across, because we got this thing in the way. Got the coal node in the way. Not sure if that tree can be blown up or not. So we could conceivably go across there if that tree is one that can be removed. But I don't like removing any tree I don't have to. The same goes for that tree. And see, anything I put right here is sitting in the middle of the river. Could go between these and curve over there. Probably the easiest is to just go through there, but that makes for an oddball takeoff angle from the rest of the rail. So we got the pillar there, we got the pillar there. Where's that? Okay, that's that pillar. So the tree is here. Okay, we got a radioactive hog or something here. Why am I getting intermittent radioactive? That's got to be a radioactive hog. But where? Right. Oops. Nope. radioactive spill. There's a cave around here somewhere. Ah, there's the radioactive hog. Unfortunately, I blew away all the trees. Sorry, dude. Not really, but... What, is this just too close to your body? Is that it? Go away. Usually if you look away for a minute, there we go. Okay, while we're here, let's go. Let's see if this tree is reroofable. I'll bet it's not. It is. Well then, guess where we're putting our railroad. See, the problem is, even to put it there, might as well grab you. Why did it switch to that spot in my inventory? Even if I plan on going down through here, that puts my, let's see, that would be coming across here. So yeah, I can put my intersection right here on the corner, maybe. You kind of have to. Problem is going to be angles, because the angle of I've got to fit this angle and this angle and this angle. Okay, first thing is let's get some power run down here. I think it's funny that these lights are on even though there's no power to them. This one seemed to be a bug to me. Why are you picking up a bridge thing when I'm pointing at the light? Not a bridge, railroad. I mean, in that instance, it is kind of a bridge, but... how far can I drag that over? Can I put that over there? There we go. Let's remove that. Let's remove that one over there. And that one. I'm going to leave those for markers for the moment. Well, we see if we can find a place here. To put, let's see, 8. It'd be nice if I can put this one here. This is the one I think is probably what we want, though. So if I put it here like this, see, it's got to go over there. And that is not a good angle. This angle works nice going up there. That angle would work to go over there, but not over here. Yeah, this doesn't work like that, at least. Let's... As much as I don't particularly like removing unnecessary foliage. Although you wouldn't believe that if you saw my antics in the previous On the Other World. Will those rocks go away? No. Okay, let's see. Okay, if I want the rail to come through here. Is there an angle that I can put this that's not in the middle of the river? And that answer is no. See, putting it here like this would fit where I'm hanging in the air. It would fit over off to the left, but it's not really going to fit off to the right. That's going to be a hard. That would be a hard turn. But yeah, it doesn't work that. We have, let's see, this one is the four-way, that one is the roundabout, which, does the roundabout, no, the roundabout I can't do the three-way. At least not the way I think I'm going to need here. But we have this one. This one will allow me to put, so I want to come through right beside this, basically. It's still going to be in the middle of the river, but In fact, no matter what I do, this is going to be in the middle of the river. Okay, so we want... Okay, and let's explain why I'm spinning it around here. All three of the arms are evenly spaced around. If you think around a circle, they're all the same distance from each other. So they're all, what is it, 120 degrees. So which way, as far as the railroad itself is concerned, which way doesn't make any difference. However, how it moves once I have locked it down and I'm tweaking it, it does matter. Let's see, where's this? This needs to be that way. I need it lined up with that. So we're going to use that as our primary alignment. This is going to end up just sitting in the middle of the river, because we're just going to come out around that, and that gives us enough to reach over there. It gives us a crappy angle there still, so let's come out even further. We can still go over there with a decent angle. We can go over here with a decent angle. And we can get over there. Next, the question is, do I have enough power? Do I want to put this up or down any? And the answer is no. I think we're going to go with that as is. And then the next question is, can I get... Oh, crap. The problem with these intersections is that for whatever reason, and I don't know the answer, I can't auto-link to them. Not if I'm placing them next to an existing rail, or if I'm playing another rail next to them. Doesn't matter, they will not auto-link. Now, I have had experience in both ways on this, by which I mean I have had a couple of intersections which worked or did work or partially worked, and then I have intersections that blueprint intersections that just plain will not auto-link. And every one of these, let's see, these are the intersections, not one of them will auto-link. And for that matter, I don't think, let's see, these are the intersections, and I don't think any of those will either. I believe these are the ones that are the current. So this is, for example, this is the same intersection on the single center stand that's currently in use wherever I use this. This is my standard. Oh no, these are the second gen rails. I didn't realize I had these on this world. This one might be... This might be what I want here, actually. So this is... No, this isn't going to do either. Because it doesn't give me the... Does this give me the angle up here? That gives me a nice angle over there. nice angle up here and points over there. I mean, it needs to be shifted over here some, but yeah. So this intersection, instead of 120 degrees all the way around, this one is, what is this one? It's more than 90. Is it 100 each? And then, I don't remember how I made that intersection. How did I make that intersection? Because I need to make one of those on this base framework. Because that sits on the very corner of the beach. Well, it is kind of in the water, but it gives a much nicer angle on all three corners for this. Okay, I don't want to use that type of intersection here. Although all things considered, no, I don't, because that's got the wides. Did that have the wide set rails? I think it does. Let's look again. This is the wide. No, this is the narrow rails. Alright, we're going to use this one here. Even though it's a different base footprint than the ones I'm mostly using, since we're sitting in the water, it's very appropriate to have the single pole instead of the other wide stands. So let's take and put this. So once again, we're pointing out there where we want this to go. Space us between the various other obstacles here. Lock us down and see where we need to put this. We would like to put this somewhere there, maybe even closer. Well, that could be a problem. So can we need to release this, turn this one, pick a new line over here. Like that. Pick a line that goes up there nicely. That does go up there nicely. That goes up there nicely. We want to go back one for that. This comes around that pillar. It will go between the mine and the hill over there. This one might like to come back one. This one might like to go out one. So we're going to leave them both. There we go. And now that I put it there, bad. So I need to go out of blueprint mode, take one of those off. Put a regular foundation in here as a marker. That says that's a 4-meter foundation. And if that's a 4-meter foundation, why is it not? Oh, it is. It's just where the water is. Okay. Okay, so we're on the corner of that foundation is where we want to be. Up with that, but the reason I'm doing this is because I want it taller than what the other one had been. Put this in the right place. The reason for this is we need to match the height of our new rails. Wow, am I this far back? Didn't think I was that far back. Where's my next set of rails? I mean, I know I said I was going to try to go down the hill and work back, but I didn't think I was that far away. So our new rail types are 3 foundations below the superstructure. Or I guess that would be a substructure. So 3 foundations plus substructure. So I want something roughly similar to that in height for replacing this. Oh good, I kept my blueprint there. So I think I need to go up another 4 meters here. So we've got 2 above the water with this. We've got 4 there, 4 there, plus the substructure. So that's 1, 2, 3 sets of 4 meters, 2 of which are below the water. No, we're going to bring that up by 2. And make sure that we're sitting on the corner of that marker. And I can remove that marker. And I can take and extend these. That should give us a good angle there, a good angle there, and a good angle there. And I'm standing on top of it on the map, so I can't see it. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, so let's work up the hill. Actually, let us... Oh, gotta get myself lost here. Where am I? Put this power the rest of the way across the water here. Grab a power line. So tempting to nuke all these trees, but I really don't like doing that. Now let us... Okay. Trees be gone. I need to be able to see where I'm going. I don't want to get rid of tree. Makes me wonder how I put this in here in the first place. Maybe that's why it looks all crooked and everything like it does, because I couldn't see what I was doing. Okay, so through here we do kind of need to have one here in the middle, and we do need to have one there to guide our routes through these two barriers. But I'm also going to need one here on the beach. And I believe this is going to have to be a ramp. Yes. 1 meter ramp should do. Yeah, it's not going to auto-connect. Just not going to happen. Aimed like this. We want it to go... Actually, we need to go up here and position rails in these two spots. We need to get rid of that, and we need to extend our power. So we need to have we need to have an angle here. We need a ramp there at the beach, probably. No, we should be able to go flat from there. So let's go with flat. can't do it that way. Done! Okay, so we need to put these right in here. This is an example of what I was saying earlier with the wide braces. It kind of gets iffy in some places, but I think that will work. I'm not blocking anything. My light is not clipping, just barely. We'll go with that. And then here we can auto connect these. And then this one is going to sit right on top of that power pole, isn't it? That is not acceptable. And then I go and try to put it right on top of the new power pole. I kind of do want to put it right on top of the power pole. Did I remove the new power pole and that's the old power pole? I mean, that would be something I'd do. Turn, but it's not a lot of choice right here. It's a turn that has to be made. There, that smooths it out a little bit, makes it nice. Yeah, we'll work with that. Alright, so we're through that curve. We have no clipping on the sign pole. Now we need a 1 going down to the river. And it should link up fine with that. I don't want it to come down to the same level as this because because it's going to dip at the bottom, so I need it to go above this, but that's fine because we got the beach here that ramps up, kind of the whole reason we're using a ramp. But I do need this to be aimed in a way that will smoothly turn onto that intersection there. See how this looks as far as the ramp. It looks beautiful. Maybe down there. Looks very nice. And that looks like a proper height difference there. We're going to do that and see how this comes across. See how this looks. Not really a completely nice smooth curve, but enough where I'm not going to argue with it because I don't want to go tweaking that thing again. Yeah, let's see the vertical on it. Not quite perfect, but good enough for me. It does come down a hair more than I'd like, but all things considered, we're not messing with it. Looks good. So now let's work our way back up this side. I am not going to worry about that side. That's actually relatively easy over there. This side, we need 1 meter elevations, 1 meter ramps, all the way up, I think. What I can do is we're going this way. It's not square. Doggone it. Oh well. Screw it. Freeform it. That's what I tend to do anyways. But my question here, and why I don't like not being able to snap to the intersection, is that I have absolutely no clue how far out I can make this, I can put this. I don't want to put. I need to put far enough out so the curve is good. I think we're going to try putting it somewhere there. The problem with that is I would like to plant it up that way, more like that, which is nice. It comes right in line with this. Okay. So if I line that up just so the brace is just beyond the pick all this stuff up. Don't care about the regular stuff, but I want to get all the mycelium before I plant something on top of it. Come on, autosave. Go away. Can I not pick that one up? Okay, fine. Well, let me pick that one up for some reason. And I don't have a chainsaw to get those. I guess we're going to have to make one, even though I'm quite certain I have one on the base somewhere. Don't know why I'm not carrying it. Chainsaw. Chainsaw goes here. And make sure I am in single mode. What? Do I not have biofuel? Seriously? What the heck? Tell me there's biofuel. There's no biofuel in there either? What the heck? What kind of idiot has been playing this game? Don't answer that. Again, let's make sure this is on single mode because I do not want to take those trees down. That is quite loud. Okay, let's try this again. We need the ramp. We want to put it in a straight line with this. So we want to put it like that. And we want to put it so it's just missing that tree, kind of on the other side of that tree. Something like in there, right on top of where the mycelia was. See if we can get that line. I'm never going to get that properly lined up, but... And how does that suit up the way? It does nicely. So, building. Cool, we're not killing that tree. Possibly annoying the tree. And the tree's going to be really unhappy when the train comes through. But oh well. Maybe we'll have to do some minor trimming. Now, see if we got... See how bad we did in lining up. That actually looks pretty good. Doggone. It's not perfectly lined up. I think it's off by 1. But I'm okay with this. That looks good. I think maybe it should have been shifted 1 over that way. And what I didn't do is the vertical. Vertical is bad. Which means we need to fix it. I mean, that is the name of the company after all, right? So, 1 meter ramp. Doggone it. At that angle. I was going to put a marker down so I could put it in the same place and just higher or lower. And that would allow me to tweak it to the side was the idea. I can't line it up with the rails. There's no way I'm aware to do that. I can line it up on this side. Like that. But that won't do it square on this side because that set of rails isn't square. Why am I freaking yawning? I've already had 2 naps today. Alright, so we're going to try to put this in the same place. It was right on the corner of these rocks here. So something like that. Needed to go closer to the tree, so let's twitch it over there one. Oh crap, I can't. Because there's no auto connect, I have to guesstimate the height. Urgh. Well, fine. If this doesn't work, then we're gonna put a marker on it this time. That is good enough that I am not going to screw with it. It ain't perfect, but it doesn't dip. That's it. That's just going to stay there. Yep. And I may have gotten it aligned this time. Ha ha. Next. Other side. Come on, link. It's not an auto link. Well, why does it keep changing? And why does it insist on turning my Too long, too long, too long. What on earth is it? Bumping up over. Well, it's bumping up over the mycelia because that's what I'm pointing at. Because that's what happens to be where I'm trying to put the track. Okay, let's see if my angles are good. That looks good. Let's see if my vertical is good. Vertical is not good. And that means that I have a choice between some not desirable choices. So what my choices are is I can bring this back this way so that this comes up and flows into it. Well, no, I can't, because looking at this, I'd have to bring it basically right back to this. Which would kind of be pointless. Alternately, I can put it somewhere in here, or even where it is, and lengthen the legs, put it up to maintain the angle. I don't like that. But I do have to go up, because that up there is higher. What I think I'm going to do is, instead of a 1 meter here, we're going to go with a flat in here, and then 1 meter up further where that one is. So up on the hill a little bit. can do the flat. Which way are we at? This way. I need to come up. And now we can take the flat right straight out. Nope, that ain't gonna work because we need to go, we need to turn. And we want the track to point that way. Nope, we want to do this. So we want to be out here further, as far as possible, and still maintain this line. Okay, how is this line? This line is good. I actually need to put this up at least one here. I don't like that, but I'm gonna have to keep everything else aligned. How about if I bring this back? How much does that change? A lot of things. So we want to keep that over there. Bring this back as far as I can without compromising this angle. And double check this. Can I bring it down some now? No. Pretty much got to be like that, if not a little bit higher. I do not want it to go any higher. Yeah, we can do that. I don't like to because that means I got to build under the base there, but we do need to have it high enough to, so I don't have to bring the next one down. I might have to anyways. Might actually move this up more. I don't want to go any further up. So I need to take and extend these. And now we have a ramp. This will go on the hill somewhere here. We do not want to go too far up the hill. Let's see, where are we aiming overall and not just to the next one here? We're aiming, so we actually want to go kind of closer to the tree here. We want to aim that way. Why am I falling out of the sky? Okay, how's this line? We want to go that way. That way's good. How's the vertical? Bad. Very bad. Oh, we got lots of room. We can go down. Oh, because we're going down on the other side. Okay, no problem. kind of means I bring this back. Bring it down one more. And even more. Yep, that works. It's sitting deep into the rock now. Oh crap. See, I hate this. But we're gonna do it. I don't like having stuff embedded in the rock like that, but oh well. I am liking the new rail. Things are smoother curves, both vertically and horizontally, and right now we've got a nice straight shot here, at least from the overhead. What do we have? Okay, so we can come right straight. We're coming down into a valley and back up and over. I am going to clean up these patches of mycelia. That's loud. Then we have a little more than I wanted to cut down. I don't need to do anything with those. Those are out of the way. Now I can clean up the mess over here. So I'm not worried about what I'm landing on. Not necessary, but any excuse to use the grenades. A rock that won't go away. Lovely. I can't get rid of this because it'll go do away with the tree. All right, next support. Now we're gonna go, I hope, with a one meter going the other direction. So we're going to start the slope down. other side of this hill. Gonna have to do something about him. I'm thinking that I need a 2 here and not a 1. Start a 2 here. We're still going to go straight out like we did with the other one. So what we're doing is we're avoiding putting a stand on the top of the hill and putting everything higher than it needs to be. Because that just makes the things on either side more difficult. I don't want to put this one any further out than necessary, because that also raises the level down the rest of the hill. So I want to keep this as close as I can, but because I have the top of it at the same level as the other one, it just makes a nice arc over the top of the hill. So we're abusing the features of AutoLink, or maybe using the features of AutoLink. Yeah, that's it. I think, let's see how far, we got 1, 2, so we got 2 meters into the ground there. Looking at the line of the rail, I don't want to go. I think we're going to go with a 1 farther down, but I think we're going to stay right there. And I'm going to take a moment to have some words with this hog. Ooh, more than one hog. Hey, buddy. Oh, hey. I didn't say you could come out here. Nope. See what you made me do? You killed some of the mycelia. Bastard. Oh boy, you brought friends. Hey, you know what? I'm not sure if you're dead or not, but we're going to make sure. Where's the other one? Come down here, buddy, where you're not going to damage everything. Yeah. Come on. Come down here. So I can blow you up where you're not going to damage everything. That's right. Come in here. No, I guess you're gonna blow that up. Come on, down here. No, not up there. And you just ran away again. Come on, where'd you go? Oh! That may have been a mistake. Oh, nice. So, where's your remains? Where did you actually die then? Your body landed over here. So you must have died Where did you die that your body landed over there? Where's my loot? Where's my loot? There it is. Boy, I guess that grenade got him pretty good. All right, 1 meter. In fact, no, we're going to put you short because we're going to put a flat in the bottom of this. What are the odds? Ooh, there's a little tiny spot right there, which is perfect. Nice clean slope on the rails on both sides. Yeah, there's not any space whatsoever for leeway either. And we are nicely aligned on both sides. Can't ask for better. Alright, so we are, I believe, completely rebuilt what we had before. Oh, no. Got half of it rebuilt. That's okay. We got, for me, let's see, it's going on, let's see, we're going on 2.5 hours. That'd be 5 o'clock. And I've got until, well, technically I've got until midnight, but I do not want to go that long. We'll see. Let's see, so I did that in 2.5 hours. We can do this in another 2.5 hours. Well, I think we can, because some of this gets very interesting. Alright, down the road. Welcome those who just joined. We are rebuilding our railroad to make it look nicer and run smoother. Little by little. Ooh, I don't like that. Ew. Speaking of making things look better. Cannot easily change that side. This side needs to come up. Or maybe I need to put a 1 meter ramp here. I think we're going to try with a 1 meter ramp here, see how that works. Another one of you. Oh, sure. With company even. All kinds of you around here. You're hard as crap to hit, too. Sticking your head up your friend's butt, huh? I'm not sure if this is YouTube friendly. Okay, need to put a marker here. Remove this. Grab a 1 meter thing, 1 meter downward thing. Snap to that so I know what the location was, so I can duplicate my location there. Oh, before I do that, I need the link. Need to do the link thing. Now we can come back and do the snap thing over here. Make sure we're snapping with our link in the right direction. Make sure we are in the right location. We are. Just need to adjust up and down. I'm going to go over and look at it from this side. That looks much better than it did before. Sometimes hard to tell with it glowing, but I want that down one, but down bends it wrong. Remove the marker. And remove it up. We're going to need more power line. And all of these are basically a straight run across here. Make a bit of a turn here first, but and I just got finished, what, a couple weeks ago, maybe not even that, a week ago, building an enormous factory here. We took the factory used, let's see, we ran from that wall there all the way out to this wall here, over to where the rail is here, and right up against that tree, if I remember right. Had half of that covered with water pumps. Used most of the bits of that. Used those two nodes. Grabbed. No, it's not on here. I don't have radar out here. Grabbed coal from down here. Grabbed iron from here. What else did we grab? Had to be something else. Grabbed copper from somewhere. I think it was over here. What is this? That's a power tower. Why do I have a power tower over here? I find weird things on my maps. I'm really curious why there's a power tower standing over here with nothing going to it. I mean, I haven't built anything over here yet. Anyways, big plant here. The primary original thing building here was coolers, and we were doing this all from scratch. So hence all the copper and iron and everything. And those two, these are the whatever the stuff is for aluminum. Yeah, all the components to do the coolers we did all right here, and then we added 2 more factories onto it. I don't remember what all those were. I built one, and one of the other players built the other. Yeah, the second one was a later game thing. I don't remember. He did it. I had nothing to do with it. But yeah, we had this majority of this area was used. Anyways, back to building rail. Power line. So right there are 4 iron nodes is what we grabbed. And while I'm here, let's see if I can get down in here safely. Safely is not what I did last time. Oh, and I have my jetpack this time. I did not have my jetpack last time. Boom booms. Yeah, I want power line. Nope. Come on, there's got to be a place I can put a power pole in here. Ha ha ha. Now, is there a place I can put a power pole down here? There's got to be a place I can put the power pole. I mean, I've got my jetpack if all else fails, but you can only get so much elevation with a jetpack. Ooh, ooh, ah, ha, 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 ha. I don't know. Putting a power pole under the water seems a bit cheatish. I mean, it's one of those, if the game lets you do it, is it cheating? You know, everyone who wonders why I was down here, this is why. And I found this by accident, by sliding down that hill. Seems like there was something else down here too. Let's see if I can go back here, see if there's anything else of interest. Oh, this. Ah, yes. The back door. The other way down here without sliding down an inescapable hill. Just an interesting cliff to get up and down. And we are in, I believe this is what is called the blue hole. Nope, that's not the blue hole. The blue hole is over there. We are in the void hole. There's my train track, which we'll get to here in a little minute. Once we go back out through the other way. You know what? We're going to remove these power poles. Otherwise, I'm going to look at those on the map and go, what the heck is all that for? Hey! Not cool. Now I gotta go back and do it all over again. If you do fall down this hill and you have a rocket-fueled jetpack, you can get up just barely far enough to land on that ledge. And then from there, you can get up far enough to land up there. You cannot get, we tried, you cannot get from down there all the way up there, even with rocket fuel. Alright. Clear all that out. Okay, we've got power lines run all the way down through the corner here. Good enough for the moment. Yep, had the railroad track running through here, basically where it is now. and everything up to that pond, up to all this was completely de-treed. This was all one big factory. Oh crap. I'm getting rubber banding again. It's gonna make me sick. I need a better video card. Let's see. Unfortunately, a video card is about $600 more than my budget will handle, and that's for a $500 video card. Uh-oh. I'm leaving crap behind. That's no fun. I don't need any of that, so... Why does this work sometimes and not others? That button is supposed to just dump everything and be done with it. That's what that button is for. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Hey, buddy? You really should stop eating that green stuff. It does bad things to you. See what I mean? Well, I'm back up to, well, as long as I sit still, my frame rate is above 40, barely. The moment I move, it drops to 20 or lower. Yeah. Alright, so my rail goes through here. Ah, shit. Rail needs to go through here to the right of the power lines. But I put the power lines in there out of the way of the mono poles. And we're doing dual poles. Anyone want to bet I'm going to need to put something right on top of one of these power poles? This is not satisfactory. Now I shouldn't need to worry about being level. This should all be fairly level. Was that one an angle? Did I do an angle here? Yeah, I did. That's the one that I had to correct. Okay. And then this one we came back up a bit. And we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to put a marker down here and redo this. Part of the reasons for doing this is vertical, not just horizontal. Actually, the main reason for redoing this is the vertical, not the horizontal. Which way is this pointing? I want it pointing that way. Not that it actually matters anything. Okay, so we're going to snap to that. And then we're going to reset our height here to go down a bit more. Let's see, where are we compared to our original? The original was there. So yes, we want to go down. That actually looks, nope, down one more. That looks okay. And we're going to see if we can make this just a straight line all the way down through here now. Look at that. It's going to intercept the power pole. What did I say? Oh, look. This is going to get interesting because we're going up a hill here. We are going to need to go up. At least a little. So we're going to go up a little. We've got a hill here, but it's this nice clean hill. Nothing weird looking. I'm going to need to bring that down, but this will let us stay above the terrain throughout the rest here. Let's see if we go 2 down here. Here's your next one. And we're still above terrain, so we're going to keep it just like that. Nope, we're not. We're going to... Yeah. We're all above terrain. Good. Hey. I didn't say you could turn off my hover pack. So we're going to keep it just like that. we can go straight out again. Let's come back and lock it into here. Too far. So let's come back to here. And we would like to keep it in line. Now here, we are starting to go downhill. So here I do need to, hey, come on, close enough. Here I do need to switch to probably a 1 meter down. And maybe I should have done so here. Yeah, we'll go with what we got. But we do need to switch this one to a 1 meter down. Just like that. And this is going to need to go at least 2 down. Probably 4. Come on. Guess I'm gonna have to look at it from this side because this is where the power is. Can I cleanly? No, that's as far as I can cleanly go down and not screw up the slope. Yep, once again, put a marker here. Get a link up. Get this. That's where we were, but we need to go up at least one. Now it doesn't look as bad as it did before. And what I'm looking at is the angle, the vertical angle of this right here. It has a dip in it that I don't like. And yes, I'm being a bit anal of it. So where it is now is where it was originally. Now watch how the angle right here, so just outside of that light to just inside these lights, or whatever those marks are, watch how that vertical angle, so this dip, changes as I go up one. It's not much, but it flattens out just a little. And to me, aesthetically, which is what a lot of what I'm trying to fix, not everything, there's some structural stuff with the railroad down further that I want to deal with. That's a lot of what I'm trying to get, is to keep this nice and smooth. Also did want to bring that up some, because as you can see, where the current rails are down there is well above where I am right now. I may actually have to come back and redo this again, which I don't want to do. Which means I may have to take, maybe I should have done it right here. No, this is still definitively down, but I can't keep going down. Maybe I can. Looks like these have been jacked up. And here it really has to be down, so maybe continuing to come down isn't such a bad idea. Oh, not. Let me grab power here. And I keep putting these right where I'm going to need to put the braces, stands, poles, whatever. So from here down to here and continuing down is, well, you can see the ripples. Even with even using ramps like I am, it's really hard to get some of these in here. And you can't even really see the ripples here. Somehow I managed to, in my original setup, apparently this is where I got, so in my original build, this must be where I first started trying to use the ramps to make things fit. That's why it's not as ripply as, well, that's why the railroad isn't as ripply as the tube is. Because I did start using the ramps here. Problem is, these things show no support for the rails. which is one of the reasons I moved away from that design. Okay, so let's put a few more of these power lines down through here. Okay, time for a break. Phone call. We'll be back in a minute. Okay. Sorry for the break there. Phone call for plans for tomorrow, so I couldn't tell him to go away. And back to it here. Let's see, we got power lines ran down there, and now we're going back up. And the really fun part is going to be the line from, okay, we're going to get rid of that bush. That should be sufficient. That should be sufficient. Get rid of this and this for the time being. And see what we get coming back down here. See how hard it is to make this path down here. And while we're looking at it, let's extend the base here so it doesn't look ugly. Extend the base of these. 1 meter ramp again. Going down. Oh, come on. So I think the ideal is going to be somewhere in here. Nice slope there. How much farther is this going to go? Yeah, we gotta put it right in here. So if we go like that, come over here, and this is gonna have to go down a couple. I don't like that, makes a sharp turn, but there's not really any way to avoid it. I could okay, that little bend is going to annoy me, but there's not any good way around it. Because the only way to avoid it would be to push this out, or to rotate it this way around so that this is a longer curve, and then a longer curve here, which just did my stream die? My stream appears to have died. Someone tell me in chat if my stream is okay. Looks like I gotta pull up another browser here and watch my own stream. My own stream. Maybe mute it. Okay, it appears okay. The YouTube Studio monitor went dead. But it looks like the actual stream is okay. Dum, dum, dum. Okay, back to work. Choo, 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 choo. I have the option of moving this over one to clear this little kink in it, but that's going to put this even closer to this edge and this curve, making that turn even sharper. Or I could rotate this another notch, but that makes this just a long S. And thing is though, that's going to be smoother than, that'll make this sharp turn easier though. So I think I'm going to at least try that. We'll see how well it actually works. Wow, whatever happened on the YouTube side, I have like 5-second delay instead of the usual 20. That's new. Okay, so right now I have it in the previous position, but actually over one, because I don't see that kink in it anymore. How is this for angle? It needs to go down, but that's fine. But, like I said, this puts it, oh, this doesn't have, I'm not turned. So we need to turn at least that much. But it looks like if we turn that much, yeah, we still gotta go down. We're still really close to that turn. I don't want to turn that anymore. I guess the thing now is if I take and bring this back here ways, instead of having the turn right at the corner, I would like to bring this around here, but it's too long. So I either have to have it right here at the corner, where I really kind of need it to point right straight down there, But to do that means putting it there. How is this cornered? Yeah, see how close the rails have come? I don't like that. That's not a clean corner. So we need to bring this so that it's back from the corner, and the curve actually happens between this and the next stand. I wish they would do this such that that curve was down in the middle, and I don't know how to make that happen. Oh, that works. Okay. But that's going to make that corner weird. Okay. Let's do that. Let's see what we got to do here in terms of height. Right about there. Let's see what it looks like from the other side. This side kind of wants to go upward. How does that look on the other side? That looks acceptable. Is it acceptable to have this down? Because we do want this down. Is down acceptable? No. So that's where it is. Well, welcome to those who have just joined. We are rebuilding our railroad, this time with some improvements from the previous. Pretty much the same route, but this time we have ramps, so we have a smoother up and down, and we have better looking dual stands. We have some actual understructure, things that this system didn't have. So just improving the overall look and feel of it with things I learned in my last playthrough over the last month. And yes, we are back on my primary world. Since early December, I have played 2 full games from start to finish with different groups. And those of you that have been around will recall that the server that this is on got accidentally destroyed. So we had to do some recovery and whatnot, and in that break is when I got started with the first of those games, and it kind of went on. But hopefully now I will be back to doing this at least once a week, if not a couple times a week. That is undetermined at the moment. We shall see, but I'm hopefully going to get back to this series. We will also be streaming, as some may have noticed. We will be streaming Factorio. Do not know what the schedule is for that series at this point. Doggone it. Hopefully that will be at least a couple times a week. Beyond that, unknown. That series remains to be determined. That looks like a nice clean curve from above. Let's see what we look like. We definitely need to go down. And actually, we need to go back here. Because, well, actually, you know what? We're going to do... Because this one has to be, no contest, has to be right at the edge. And it has to point... It has to be right there. Although, let's see, this was the Okay, so what we need is we need this to be no, this has to be a 2. And this has to be something like that. It needs to be aimed down along this line. Crap, this is not going to... This is going to have to be just off the end of this, like this. Or even like that. Because we need the rails to come as close to that edge as possible, just to get all of this down low enough to go down that hill reasonably. And I think that as low as I'm going to get it, having the rails right about there. Now if I do a 1 coming up from that, and at the same time bring this back here and link with this 2. So now we have a spot where we can find a happy medium in between these 2. Trick is going to be to find a good vertical angle here between these. Well, from here that looks pretty doggone good. If that tree wasn't in the way. And that tree wasn't in the way. Not sure I like that affect this over here. Nope, we need to go down. So that's where that is. So I'm glad I decided to keep doing the 1s all the way down the hill here, from up there. That worked out very nicely. So there's the overview. We've come down from there so far. And this is where we're at. Okay, over the edge. Where the fun begins. is simply a matter of finding where the track is not too long and a clean line. Putting it down just as far as we can get it and still have a reasonable curve here. And that's actually down further than a nice straight curve, but it's got to go down as far as it can. Next one. Railroad track is too steep. Yes, I understand this. It's too long. And you saw there's a point here. Too long or too steep? This looks like it would be better if it were straight. It's got to curve. Now it's got to come up some still. Quite a bit. acceptable. And I should be able to go straight down from here. No. Link. And go out. Track is too steep. It's also going to be too long here shortly. And then back on the ground. Well, on one side. Cool. Oh, time to extend our power line. Coming down that hill this way looks so much better than it did before. That looks so much better than it did before. Alright, let's see if we can keep it looking nice on down. Do I even need, I don't need a 2 at this point. So I maybe, oh wait a minute. Okay, I'm looking the wrong direction. I want to turn, so I don't want this one straight out. I want to turn out this direction. So I need to be right about there. can move this up one. The frame is clear of the dirt, so that's good. I mean, we all know the game doesn't give a crap, but I do. I think that'll work. Now, I'm still going down. Do I still need a 2? I think given that that's as far down as it can go, I think I'm going to switch to a 1 for the next one. Hang on. Okay, so here we're going, do I want to go to a flat or a 1 at this point? Hello, Faripa? Yes, you're familiar with the, well, you're not familiar with those, but you are familiar with these. Doug. Yes, it is railroads we're building. How did you ever guess? We are rebuilding my original railroads, trying to make them not look like warped spaghetti, and try to make them look like nice smooth rails. So we have, yes, Faripa, you should recognize the route too. So we've rebuilt all the way down from there. And for those who were here earlier in the stream, Floripa, I have avoided this time the coal node for you. So Floripa is one of the two that I was playing the game with previously. Yep. Rails is a how hard Rails is depends on how picky you are. And while obviously I'm not doing it the way many people do with a full platform under I mean every segment is supported and platformed and whatever. I've been told doing it this way with the auto connect is cheating, and I'm sorry, the auto connect is part of the game. How is it cheating? It would be a valid argument that, oh, come on. That the rail being unsupported like this is unrealistic, but I mean, we're space people, we're futuristic. We've got better materials. This is fine. Well, this is, to be honest, this is like the third rebuild of this rail. So, but these are the rails that we settled on, or I settled on in the last game, and I've been very happy with how they've turned out. And what I've done on the rebuild back here, it also looks very, very nice, much better than this bumpy ride thing here. So I don't know. Comments that I've seen, I don't keep track. Okay. Alright, so let's get rid of a couple of these so we have room. And we are definitely not doing 2. The question is, are we doing 1 or flat? I think I'm going to try for flat to start with. Yes, this way. And H and out to... Do I want to know how you manage a speed record? Is it like nice heavy downhill like this? Let's see, too long, too long, too long. We'll make it short like that. Aimed over that direction where we gotta go back up. Ah! Come on. That looks like a nice curve. And we don't need to go down any further. All we're doing is going around the edge of the cliff here. Nice. So if you do trains that much, I'm going to guess that you're at least familiar with the existence of Whitestone Industries. YouTube channel does Satisfactory trains. I played Satisfactory with him. Watching him do trains is just crazy. Doggone it, I want to see it from this side. I think I want to take this down a bit. Have I seen it? No. I am, however, aware of it. As in aware that it exists. I have not seen it. What I want to do is design, if I ever have time away from a game, and I know it's not the first person, I wouldn't be the first one to do it. I've seen them. Whitestone built the beginning of one on the world I played with him on. I want to do my own I have some of my own ideas of building a train wrapping around a building, going up. Definitely seems like something that Whitestone would have been interested in, I would have thought. Well, see, my thing is, I like to do stuff my own. I don't like to, like these blueprints. There's all kinds of ways of doing railroads. I've seen my share of them, especially having played with Whitestone. But these are my own. These are my own doing. My own. I figured out my own way to do the ramps, to make the ramps look halfway decent, and so on. And just to download someone else's blueprint, or even to outright to just copy what they did, just feels contrary to the point of the game. cheating? No, absolutely not. But it feels contrary to the point of the game. The point of the game is to do your own thing. So I'm doing my own thing. And those naysayers who say, who don't like the long spans and whatnot, well, you go play your way. You play your way, I'll play my way, and who cares whether we like it? Just ask Floripa here, if he's still watching. He and I and another player who had never met, well, we met like 2 weeks prior to starting the server that we just finished playing on. Early to mid-January we started the game, and we'd only met a week or two prior to that on somebody else's game, and the three of us have extremely different play styles and ways of thinking, and that made that game really interesting. But we all acknowledge that you play your way, I play my way. All we got to do is make sure our buildings work together, which was also interesting. But we finished the game and it worked. The third player and I had many, we'll call them discussions about how to do things. Anyone who was standing by didn't realize we were friends would have thought we were going to kill each other. But it was all good-natured. We both understood well that this is just discussion and so on. And it did bring some understanding for both of us of the different ways the game can be played. He is a number. We'll say he's a numbers guy. The numbers mattered, and me. Okay, I know how to do the numbers, but I don't really care all that much. Yes, this, like some other games, some games the co-oping is easy. This game and some other similar games, you've got to have the right players. You've got to have players that, as we've shown, you don't have to think the same, but you have to understand how to work together with those differences. And not everyone can do that. And that doesn't mean they're bad players or bad people. It's some people just, I'm gonna say it's a talent, or at least an ability, if you consider there to be a difference there. And not everyone can do it. I wouldn't go that far. Oh, heavens. Wow. The most chaos I've seen in a co-op game was in Factorio. Who is she? One of the big content creators for Factorio, a woman, and she hosted a very large community build game series, and holy crap, I honestly don't know how they got anything done in that game. Okay, question here is, do I want to lower this rail? I need power on this side. We're going to skip this for a minute and build some power out on the other side. Power. I need to be able to look at this from out here. Well, despite having started and finished 2 games, I come very close to, let's see, in that game we got into phase 5, but just barely, before we stopped because life called, basically, to put it nicely. So I never finished that game with that crew. That was the one with Whitestone. I have never built here in this area, other than the railroad I'm going through. So now that I can fly on this side here, I am inclined, I think, to no, we're going to stick with the flat. Take the flat all the way across here, even though, and the reason's going to be if I put this to a 1 or a 2, that means I'm going to have to move it down, and that puts me into the dirt over there. So we're going to stick with the flat here. But what is this node over here? Is this water or is this gas of some form? I think this is water. This is water, yes. And I don't need to worry about these. These are low. I just need to make sure I get the track outside of that. In fact, let's take and build on that. Pressurizer. Oh, bite me. Okay, as long as we're outside of the footprint of that, okay, we're good. Alright, so we're going to stick with flat. So we're just going to bring another one of these out here on the end of this. Link, mark, and we're just going to take it straight out here. Curve wherever this lands. We're going to curve on the outside of. Okay, so we're going to come back a little bit from there. Call it there. And I'm going to go with a. Yeah, we're going to start back here with a 1 going up instead of, and save, make it a gentle slope up instead of a tight slope up. And I got to remember to, in fact, we're going to go up there. Oops, power. Need power. Go up here. We need to make an intersection. And we're going to need more power lines here. We're going to go from over here to over here. Come on, hook up. There we go. And over here, let's get some connection over here somewhere. And over here. Okay, so now we're going to remove a bunch of these. section done up here. Basically making a turn while leaving an option for going down there. And here, I think grenade. Buddy, go somewhere else. Or die, that works too. That shadow scared the crap out of me for a moment. Hey, buddy. Okay, now his body won't bother me placing something there now, so I want a three-way. Or do we? How about doing this one here? But I need to make sure it goes straight up there. Make sure it goes reasonably positioned both ways here. Yep, looks good that way. Looks good enough that way. We're kind of curving around anyways. And we are... let's bring it over here some. So we can go right straight up there, hopefully. That's going to be really close to that outcrop. And really close to that outcrop. That's going to be way too close to that outcrop. That should clear. See, where is this actual outcrop? It's right in line with that tree and the edge of that rock. So are we clear of that outcrop? Just freaking barely. Are we clear of this outcrop? We're going to move it back over here by one. There we go. And now, how far buried are we? Height-wise, I think we're good enough. I think I might bring it up one, so I don't need to put a ramp on the other side there. Let's see. We do need to go down on this side. Okay, so with this, there's no room, with roundabouts like this, there's no room to put entrances and exits directly on board. The only way, you need two more blocks out here to put entrances and exits on here. We're going to try something that I haven't done. I haven't tried this. Why am I getting the little blocks? Ah, I want the big block. Need 2 more there. Need 2 there. Need 2 there. In theory, once I connect more track to these, I'll be able to put signals on these without having to worry about block wraps around to itself errors, which I keep, as commented earlier in the stream, I keep having on actual blueprints. So the other my other intersections like this, if I put signals right at the edge of that blueprint, I regularly get block wraps around to itself kind of BS, and don't know why. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes rebuilding the track helps, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes rebuilding the sign helps, sometimes it doesn't. I sincerely hope things like this are fixed in 1.2. Oh, and I actually should be able to auto-link to this now too. Okay, so let's get a couple links up here first. This should need only a 1 ramp, so we'll try a 1 ramp here off of the edge of this. Okay. So we're completely lined up, going right straight out. We need to go up 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, to keep the curve nice. Let's see if we can get past that and still have our bracing out of the dirt. I don't want my bracing in the dirt, but I don't want my foundation in that hill very much. That'll work. That doesn't look bad. How do we look vertically? Nice clean slope. Could actually be higher. Meh. I like that. Make sure we are We are out of the dirt, just barely, but that's cool. Where's my power poles? We need to extend my power poles. Do I even have a line? I don't. Need to bring a line up here. Oh, I forgot about that node, but we can put a miner on that going that way and still be clear of the rail. Should be able to do a flat rail from here. There's our flat there. Need to go out. 1, 2, 3, 4, up at least. This go out here past, at least past this rockiness here. See what it looks like. Looks nice. Nice and clean. We should even be able to go up a bit. Nope, not much. Actually, I think I will make this a 1 so I can bring this up to normal level so I can then go flat. Should have put out more power poles. So I want to bring this. So we're just barely into the ground there. Let's take it down 2. Take it down at least 1 more. Yeah, I don't want it that far into the. I want to bring it back here. But this means that I've got to bring it down. But that angle will let me take the next one up, so we'll put that there, and we're done with that for the moment. Let's get this down here all connected. This is definitely a 2 for this. And that looks like a really nice sideways angle. Should be able to do a single 1 ramp in there. This actually looks doggone near perfect. Maybe up 1. I think we will do a 1 ramp, which hopefully we could. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to fit 1. I don't think I'm going to fit just 1 between there, but we're going to try. on, can we find a middle point where, yeah, no. We are still going to use the 1 coming down from here though. So I want to keep this straight out, so we're going to bring it back here like this, lock it in, take it absolutely straight out. Needs to go somewhere. Guess that tells us where it's going, doesn't it? Look at the other side. Clean. Do I need it down or up? Or no, it looks like it'll be pretty good down to the other end. Yeah, that looks like it'll be pretty good. Would I like it down or up? 1, 2, 1, 2. Up feels better. We're going to do that. And then we're doing 1 meter again. This time we should be able to do an auto link in both directions. Oh wow. Still too long? Really? Holy crap. Okay, fine. To take this out here too far. Because it'll screw up the angle between here and the next one. 1/2 or 1 meter? 1 meter. Looks like as good as I'm going to get for horizontal angle. What do we got for vertical angle? There. I don't know about you, but I think that needs to go down. Maybe a fair bit. Maybe I should have gone flat. Maybe I still will, because this goes down further. Yep, I think we need to go flat. Wow. What's these lines? My screen is not liking the highlight. Or my video card is it? One of the two. Yeah, this needs a ramp, but it needs to be like a 1/2 meter and not a not a 1 meter. Yeah, this will do. This isn't horrible. There we go. If we make it mostly come down with the angle coming down the slope and then mostly flat with this one over here. That works. And we have completely redone our railroad. And it looks so much better. And we are on the hour, so I am going to stop it here. And I don't know when I will be back to it, but in the next one we will be completing our railroad, which will go up across the plains here. yeah, I think it comes down here. I might go up there, but I think it comes down here, under there. We might cut it right straight across there. I don't think so. I've done that once, and that's a pain in the butt because there's some nodes there. So probably bring it up here and down there, up the shoreline. There's a bunch of options where to do with the railroad here. There's a bunch of options as to what to do with the railroad coming across the Rocky Desert. If you want to have some fun, there's a recent tour of a railroad I put through the cave. Anyone who's played the game knows what cave I mean. And of course, everyone that has done railroad is familiar with the route across here. And need to put a route up here somewhere, and a route out here somewhere. Getting through there is a pain in the butt. And of course, at some point there will need to be a route, or probably several, out here into the middle. But first thing is getting train done for the whole ring. With any luck, we can make the rest of it in one episode, because I'm quite frankly tired of doing trains. I want to get back to building. So, I mean, this is what, at least the third episode doing trains? Blech. Alright, so thank you for watching, everybody, even the person who only just joined. Sorry that you caught me on the end of this. We're going to park my butt over here, and we will catch you on the next one. And I guess enjoy the rest of your weekend. I don't know when I'll be back. It will not be tomorrow, probably. The phone calls and messages I've been taking breaks from the stream for tell me that tomorrow morning is busy, and I know tomorrow midday is busy, and by the time I'm done with that, I'm probably going to go back to bed for tomorrow evening. So probably no stream, probably no Satisfactory stream tomorrow, but the midday thing is the Factorio stream, hopefully. That depends on how tomorrow morning goes. So anyways, that is the immediate future possibilities. We shall see what happens tomorrow. So with that, good evening, or whatever time of day is for you. It's 7 o'clock evening for me, and we will catch you on the next one. Thanks for watching.